Good morning, everybody. Here it is, the liked song playlist. Starting with a shout out to Dermun. And let's start. Word of warning. I have an energy supplier engineer coming today to install a smart meter, and I don't know when that will be. But I do know that apparently that will mean a small break in my electricity supply, which will, if it happens during the stream, interrupt the stream. However, I'm hoping to get a good stream in before he comes. Or she. Could be a she, I suppose. So there won't be an interruption, but there it is. We'll see what happens. I'm apparently going to get a call ahead of time with a bit of warning. But yeah, they can come anytime between 8 and 5 or something, so... Don't know when that'll happen. But for now, we're gaming. Or rather, waking up and seeing if we can game. Woke up to a nice message from, well, a message asking how I am, which is nice, from the Polish guy I met in Barcelona last, a year or so ago when I was there. Which is always nice, and happens very rarely to me these days, because I don't have any friends. Apart from that guy. Pretty much. So shout out my Polish Barcelona friend. Oh yeah, I also had a bit of an interesting experience with YouTube yesterday. I was going through the VOD from yesterday morning. Found some good content chatting with Blushing Wolf. Shout out Blushing Wolf if you're out there. And made a couple of made a short out of it after making a previous short out of a different part of the stream, which was me failing over and over again to get up the tree to Miss Noble, which I thought was funny. Anyway, I made that, and within like 2 minutes of putting that short online, I got like 1,200 views on it. And then I thought, okay, now's probably a good time to put shorts up. And when I found the meaningful bit of conversation with Blushing Wolf that I wanted on a short, because it coincided with getting shot by the guy at the beginning of the game here. So it was kind of funny. Called it meaningful conversation ruins gaming ability. I thought, great, this is like the first short with a bit of meaningful conversation in it that might actually, you know, promote some kind of more interest in the stream for the right reasons, you know, and just get my, I want to say, get my main intention for the stream out there, for the content out there, as like, you know, an introduction to it. So I thought, great, shorts are popping off, I'll put another short up of that. And then I thought, I'll just leave that and, you know, watch something else, try to not do more admin work, because it was like 8:30, 9 at night, which is kind of when I get to bed these days. And, but then when I checked back at that short, like an hour later, just out of interest, in an hour, it had gotten 9 views. 9. After the previous one had got 1,200 views in like the first 2 minutes. Apparently, the one with actual some sort of actual meaningful conversation in it, that I was hoping would sort of promote the stream with its true intention, got 9 views in an hour. So I thought, does the algorithm just hate meaningful conversation or something? Like, what's going on here? Wait, hang on. I didn't buy the thing, did I? Anyway, so that was interesting. Slash an excellent thing to put me in a weird mood before bed. I haven't checked it yet this morning, but based on what I've seen from putting shorts on YouTube, you are at the mercy of the algorithm, and you pretty much get all the views your short is ever going to see in the first hour or so, and then it just dies. The algorithm just forgets it and doesn't promote it anymore, presumably. So anyway, I don't really know what to do with that, other than maybe if you promote too many shorts in too short amount of time, the algorithm will give you a chance on the first one, but then if you post another one within like 2 hours or whatever it was of the first one, algorithm's like, nah, you've had your boosted views, I'm gonna forget this one. I don't know. So if there is a good short that I want to promote the channel with, maybe I should make sure I haven't posted a previous short for like 3 days or something. I don't know. Like, playing algorithms, yeah, that's... I guess it's just part of the game, right? Something I gotta get used to. Anyway, that's kind of it for now, I suppose. I have shared the fact that there is an engineer coming to install a smart meter which will interrupt my electricity at some point and may or may not affect the stream, and I've told you about the interesting interaction with the YouTube algorithm last night. And now we can... I hesitate to say focus on the game, but yeah, I won't say that. But let's kill Ogre at least. Pretty clean. Let's go. Pretty clean, pretty fast. We like that. New sound settings again, by the way, today. So feedback welcome. If any lurkers are out there and thinking, oh, this music's too loud this morning, or Clapfish is too quiet, or, you know, anything, please do tell me. Not that I would expect anyone to be here at this time of the morning. 14 minutes into the stream. But basically I'm saying things just so that I can say things at the moment. I also noticed some slight stuttering at points in the stream yesterday again. Again, it's not the old stuttering issue, I don't think. But I have turned hardware accelerated GPU scheduling off again today to see if that has any impact, even though I'm pretty sure it doesn't because I've tested it multiple times before, but you know. Just keep trying these things. Who knows, one day you might accidentally stumble across a set of settings that mean absolutely zero stutter until the end of time. Ah, come on, dude. I was doing so well. And then I wasn't. I guess that's why a lot of people don't actually... Yeah, I'm parrying too late, aren't I? think I'm getting the timing right and then I'm very late. Fair enough. Let's just load it again. From here. Although looking at those sound levels, I'm quite high in the orange, which is good. Sekiro's right at the bottom of the orange, which is good. Spotify is just below the orange. That should be what I'm after. Basically, I've noticed that my stream is kind of quiet compared to a lot of other streams. So I thought I'd just turn everything up. You know? Because what you kind of want to do, or what you want to try to avoid, or what I'm trying to avoid, is if people flicking around different streams or whatever, you want to try to make it so that they don't have to keep changing the volume for every time they change stream, you know what I mean? And it appears everyone else has much higher, like basically max volume on everything. And Savio, shout out Savio, has somehow 200% volume versus everyone else. His stream is insanely loud. He's gone the other way, to me. I'm the quiet boy in the corner. He is the loudspeaker in your face. And yeah, okay. That wasn't the start. Shout out Savio if you can hear me over your game noise, buddy. Turn it down! You're gonna blow your eardrums out, buddy. I told him about it and he said, I know Omega lol. So I assume he's doing it on purpose. Yeah, let's just stick to 2 there. There's no need to do 3. Other than sometimes it feels nicer to do 3 to time the parry. But... And he's dead. Gyobu is that easy. Sorry, horsey. You know what? We're not on a run. We're not going to do running sections if we're not on a run. Because it's a waste of time at this point. Just give me the ball. There's literally no reason to do the running section there. Yeah, I need to not attack him too early if he's at that angle, because then he runs over here and I never like it when he runs that way. So okay, we're gonna stop doing that. I mean, yes, of course it's possible, and yes, of course, I just need to be patient if he does that. And I will if it happens on a real run accidentally. But I want to get into the habit of avoiding that happening. I just need to come back a little bit more. Or at least do that, you know, don't push him. Don't push him into the back. We don't like the back area, we like this area. Okay. I'm apparently terrible at bull this morning. And I don't know what that was, but it wasn't the thing to do. Oh, here's the song I had in my head this morning. Let's go. Shout out the 80s kids out there. Best decade of humanity so far? Without a doubt, right? Not least because that's when I was born. GG Bull. Yeah, okay, stop this. You know you're doing it wrong. Stop it. Oh my god, dude. So it's a good job we didn't do the running sections. I'm apparently too slow today for Genie so far. I'm not. It's just the same old thing. He's when he's in my head or when I'm in the wrong headspace, what happens is I'm worried about him backstepping, so I purposefully don't deflect because I want to walk forward to close the distance if he backsteps. And then if that concern is in my head too much, I don't react to the quick slash he does, even though it's not that quick. It's like my whole brain just slows down. It's the one mental issue I have with this game is this boss and that moveset. I don't know why. It's absolutely fine if I just don't think about it and I just react. But if I'm thinking about it, my brain just slows down and I get hit. It's so weird. I just need to not think about it. But that's easier said than done sometimes. I'm not even on a run, so there's absolutely no point worrying. See, I'm not thinking about it there, I'm just yapping and it just worked fine. But if I miss a death blow, nice. But if I'm thinking about it, oh my goodness, dude. What is it with Genie? Maybe, yeah, maybe. Maybe we actually just put the practice tool on. Maybe I should just put the I can't even talk properly. Maybe I should always put the practice tool on Genie if I'm in that headspace, and then try to iron it out somehow. So we'll keep him in. No, we won't. We'll get him to phase 2 because that's the better one to practice because it's got more moves in it. And then we'll turn that on. It's alright to pre-parry when he's against a wall, but you don't want to do that otherwise. Although other people do pre-parry all the time. Alright, let's put it on. Other people pre-parry all the time and have a strat if he does backstep while they're pre-parrying to avoid the arrows. For some reason I never did that. I think out of pride or something. Pride is not a virtue, by the way. Out of pride or something, I've wanted to not pre-parry at all on Genie because it looks bad, right? Flappy sword always looks bad, so I just wanted to avoid flappy sword and never do a flappy sword in the whole run. So maybe it's not pride, maybe it's just I just don't want to ever pre-parry, pre-deflect, because it makes the game easier and it looks bad. And I don't want to say I'm better than that. I feel I can do it without doing that and it look cleaner and better. I guess that's it. Anyway, let's dance for a few hours. But yeah, I end up. I think it's near impossible to never pre-parry, like for the whole run. So it's almost like you might as well, because it's going to happen accidentally at least once in a Sekiro run, you know. But I guess part of me thought, wouldn't it be sweet if I get the run, and when I get the run I haven't done any pre-deflects? And then I can post it on YouTube as Sekiro AP1 any percent hitless, world's first with no pre-deflecting. I don't even know if that could actually be a world's first, you know? Who knows? I don't know. That would be kind of fun though, if it was. You know what I mean? So I guess it's like... It's like choosing to deflect everything on Ape instead of just deflecting the safe ones, or the easier ones. I guess it's just part of making the game a bit more difficult and tailoring it to my preferences. Same thing as like trying to avoid pre-deflecting for style points. It's style points. Yeah, I want style points. It's like Savio coming in here and saying, just lock on to the guy when you're going for backstabs and running sections and stuff, and I'm like, no, I get style points, at least in my head, if I don't lock on. You know? Similarly, if I don't pre-deflect, I get style points, and I lose style points every time I pre-deflect. Because Flappy Sword never looks good, you know? No one wants to see a Flappy Sword. He says as he's just doing Flappy Sword all the time, but that's the thing, when he's up against the wall in a corner, it just makes sense. Because that's when it's safe to do it. And if you don't do it in that situation, it's kind of like, well, why aren't you pre-deflecting? It just makes sense to. Because you can pre-deflect, and if he does do a backstep, he can't go anywhere, so you've got time to hit him out of his arrows animation. It's kind of dumb if you don't pre-deflect. So maybe I should just let the pre-deflect style points mentality go completely, because at the moment that whole mentality is what's getting me hit on Genichiro more than anything else. That and feeling stupidly afraid of what he might do, either backstep or quick slash, and because I'm thinking about it, that's the only reason it hits me. And if I forget about it and just react and chill and play the game, generally Genie's quite easy. So Genie is the main mental battle for me out of all the bosses, for that reason. It's the worry whether he's going to do a backstep or a quick slash. And just by virtue of being worried, I'll mess it up, like that. So let's work on our Genie mentality this morning while nobody's here. Seems like a good plan. But hopefully this won't turn into a 2-hour-long fight like it was last time I did this. Which was, of course, followed by the next morning getting hit on Genie first try. Because, of course, the 2-hour practice session on him made me feel under more pressure to get him first try the next day. And because of that extra pressure, I got hit straight away. So you could say the 2-hour practice session did more harm than good. Which might actually well be the case. And certainly was in that instance. Because I don't think I really need practice. Short of somehow trying to change that mentality. And just stop thinking about him. Which might need, like, a ridiculous amount of practice. Just so every single possible every single possible behavior that Genie can present, I have autopilot muscle memory for dealing with, and then I literally just don't think on Genie ever again. That's the only way it could work. But I dread to think how much practice that would take, especially when, you know, getting him to do his out of time backstepping and his quirky timings. You can't, like, choose to practice that. Like, you might get one in an hour. Yeah, that there was what I practiced those 2 hours for. To get used to, if I do mess up and pre-parry and he backsteps and I can't close the distance, or if he out of time backsteps away from me so that I can't close the distance, to automatically react and run to the side instead of trying to close the distance. Because if I tried to close the distance anyway, like if I did it there, he would have just shot me. So the only way out of that there was running to the side, which I just did. So I guess that practice session did have some benefits, because I just avoided it twice with a new avoidance strategy, which I never did before, so maybe we're not too bad. Okay. He says as he just does exactly the wrong thing. What happened there? I pre-parried and thought I could hit him because I thought we were closer to the wall than we were. Again, another reason just not to pre-parry. So you see, depending on positioning, you're like, okay, here I should pre-parry because it makes sense. But then you mess up your muscle memory because you're not doing the same thing all the time with Genie. And I guess it's that variability that makes him probably the hardest boss in the run. Certainly for me. Genie is the hardest boss in the run, I think. For the reasons I'm describing. Especially since changing Ishin's strats recently. So Ishin has gone from pretty consistent and easy, apart from memes, but we'll leave memes out of it for now, to apparently even cleaner with the new strat, although I still feel like the new strat will probably still get me hit for a while longer, just because it's new. But I did have a practice on that yesterday and it started feeling good, so... Genie is a real lesson in letting your mind go, letting your muscle memory kick in. Switching to autopilot, because if you overthink it, that's when you get hit. And that happens on Genie more than any other boss in Sekiro for me. Alright. Let's go. Great track, by the way. Just bear with me while I reload the game, because that's the only way to get rid of the practice tool. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to mention. I called my ISP yesterday because the internet issue came back. Had a nice long, hour-long chat with a new guy there. I've had some good chats with the guys at the tech support for the ISP, so shout out to them. But yeah, basically, as I sort of suspected, it is an issue that they can't do anything about, and it's just going to be an issue for the coming months or however long it's going to take, because it's all to do with this IPv6 version rollout and updating databases on third parties to do with geolocations for IPv6 addresses, basically. So as they are changing and getting updated, ISPs like mine and their partner quotes ISPs, like the infrastructure side of it with the fiber network, as far as they're concerned, the IPv6 address I'm getting, for example, is a UK one. But on third-party databases and stuff that like websites and servers and everyone around the world uses, until they're updated, they often get confused and think my IPv6 address is actually in America or somewhere else. And when that happens, I can't access those servers. So sometimes I lose access to like half of the internet. A workaround is to disable IPv6 address advertisement on my router. However, that then makes things that rely on IPv6 inaccessible. So you basically have to flick around sometimes when I lose access to stuff, and there's nothing they can do about it. Anyway, we had a nice chat about that. He explained what was going on, was very honest about it, and I appreciated that. But what I did find interesting when I reflected on it later on was that I mentioned that I streamed on Twitch, and that I noticed the issue had come back because my stream chat in OBS Studio, I wasn't seeing any emotes anymore, or like moderator badges and stuff like that, because Savio came in and I was like, where's your sword, mate? I can't see your sword. He was like, I don't know, I can see it. And that was, the first inkling that I had that there was some issue going on. So I mentioned that to him. I said, I stream on Twitch. Do you watch Twitch? Because I wasn't sure if anyone knows what Twitch is, you know what I mean? And he's like, oh yeah, I do. And then anyway, as part of the investigation, he said, can I log onto your router? And I said, yeah. So I logged onto my router. And then I realised that my computer name is my Twitch name. And he would have seen that with logging onto my router. So then I thought, okay, so it's actually possible for him now to maybe find me on Twitch. And he knows who I am and where I live. Because we ended up having a nice little chat, because basically when we got to the bottom of it and he was being honest and said like what the cause of this issue was, I was like, oh, okay, so basically it's another example of the world being a mess because of people not working together. Because if people all work together, like on internet provision and stuff like that, you wouldn't have all these third parties and all these separate companies trying to be compatible with each other when IPv6 address changes, and the issue needn't be there in the first place. And he was like, yeah, basically, yeah. And I was like, great, this is more yet more content for my stream, because my stream is about changing the world to make it a better place and highlighting these issues that could easily be resolved if we worked differently, if we organised our activities differently, you know. So we had a laugh about that, and then afterwards I thought, yeah, he's never going to find his way into my stream, is he? And then I thought, actually he could, if he puts 2 and 2 together, noticed my computer name on the router, searches for that name on Twitch. He could actually find his way in here. And I thought that would be actually really cool if he did, although I would have to immediately say, please don't release who I am. But then that's kind of sad as well, isn't it, that streamers have to think about, you know, oh shit, what if someone leaks who I am and where I live, you know? And then no longer am I Clapfish. Clapfish equals this person who lives here. Which unfortunately has dangers associated with it, but only, I would argue, because of the way the system is. And I'm hoping I get to the stage where I don't actually care about that stuff. And just have faith in humanity that's like, you know what, if someone is out there and I'm trying to make the world a better place and all they want to do is just kill me for some reason and they come and murder me, like the worst you could imagine or whatever, then at least I tried my best, you know what I mean? And just let go, because the way I want to live now is a way where no matter what happens to me, I know I'm doing the best to try to make the world a better place. And no matter what happens, if I'm doing that, and I know I'm on my way doing the best I can, then I can die happy whenever it happens, and I don't have to worry about my own life anymore. If that makes sense? It's like if you know you're doing the right thing and you're doing the best you can to make the world a better place, and you're living in alignment with your principles and your beliefs. I hesitate to say beliefs. And your principles and beliefs are aligned with good, like the divine good and love in the universe. That's probably the best way to put it. Then you know that you're aligned well when you think, no matter what happens to me now, I know I'm doing the right thing, and even if I die tomorrow, I can die happy knowing that at least I tried. And that's a good indicator for how you're doing in life, right? If you imagine like the worst was to happen, and then you think, okay, I can't say for sure, because obviously maybe I would feel differently if that was to happen, but if I was to imagine it now, I like to think that I would be able to at least die with some kind of contentment, knowing that at least I tried my best. And I guess that helps put things in perspective, because most people don't think like that, right? They don't consider their own mortality in that way. with that regularity. And I think that perspective helps you put your life in perspective and helps you assess whether you are actually living the life that you should be living. If you know what I mean by should, in that sense. And what I mean by that is, again, living your life in alignment with love, compassion, divine truth, like reality, you know, like not living a lie. So a good way to find out if you're living a lie is imagine like the worst was to happen to you. Would you be able to die happy, knowing that at least you tried your best? Or do you think, shit, I would actually only be able to feel that way if I was to do X, Y, and Z, which I've always been putting off because I never really think about my mortality in that way? And then I suggest, okay, maybe you should go and focus on X, Y, and Z, because you could actually die tomorrow. You know what I mean? And then through doing that, you will naturally, or at least for most people, start making your life better and everyone else's life better. Because you'll put down things like working for money out of fear of not being able to pay bills or whatever it is, and actually think, you know what? Fuck this job I've been doing, it's completely meaningless. I'm going to do something else. Because life is more important. And truth is more important. And love is more important, you know? Anyway, that's what I'm trying to do. And I think if everyone did that, we would be able to change the world pretty rapidly. God, I do end up stood here quite a lot, don't I, talking about stuff. I mean, it's a great view. Maybe it's the inspiration from the view, I don't know. Anyway, there it is. Food for thought. That was going so well, and then for some reason when he jumped in the air I was like, oh, I can get another hit in. You absolutely can't. Yeah. That's never been possible. Maybe that happened because I had the thought that this was going so well, and what you need to do on Genie is not think. I'd say lesson learned, but it won't be. Well, I mean, I could say it is learned, but sometimes you just think, and you can't not think. Especially if you think, don't think, because then you're thinking, you know what I mean? Which is exactly why people find it hard. Every single human being finds it hard to get into and certainly stay in a flow state. It's the same thing. A flow state is a state of not thinking and just automatically doing. And that's when you perform your best. And getting into that state and staying in that state, well, I guess it's impossible. You just have to enjoy it when it happens and not expect it, I suppose. Because if you expect it, you get frustrated with yourself. And that's why I love tennis. If you watch tennis, that, what I'm describing there, is exactly what you observe in the human beings at either side of the net. Sometimes they'll be in the flow state and they can't do anything wrong, and it's incredible. And then something will happen, they'll start thinking. It'll break their rhythm, and then they'll start getting frustrated because they'll be like, why can't I play tennis anymore? I was playing tennis, like incredible tennis a minute ago, and now I can't do it. Shout out tennis, it's a fantastic sport for that reason. And I suppose it applies to every sport in some sense, but in terms of watching the visceral presentation of that battle within each human being, the battle for trying to get into the flow state and staying there, I think tennis is the pinnacle, because you know, you see the body language, the people are on their own out there. I just did it again. And you just, it's like, I think it's one of the best presentations of it that you can view on TV or stream or whatever, however you watch it, or in real life. Although probably arguably better on a screen, because then you get to see their facial expressions, you get to, and especially if you get to watch it without adverts, because I fucking hate adverts. It's best if you can watch tennis on a stream that doesn't have adverts at all, so that then you get to watch the body language of the players in between games as well, when they're sitting down for a minute changing sides, or 45 seconds, whatever it is. And obviously that observation is completely disrupted by money, ultimately, when certain streams or feeds, shall we say, from different companies will plaster as many adverts as they possibly can between games, often to the point where as soon as the game is over they'll start ads, and then the ads will only finish just before the next game starts with a player serving. And even sometimes the ad will mean you miss the serve. That's how fucked up they are. By the way, if anyone works in that kind of thing, stop it right now. You're fucked and you're fucking everyone else. That's all you're doing. Your life is just purely damaging to yourself and everyone else. That's why I love Bill Hicks. You know, he'll point out, anyone who works in advertising or marketing, kill yourselves. This isn't a joke. You're fucked and you're fucking us. Kill yourselves. And he's right. Nothing good comes from you. And that's being kind. Because you actually cause a shit ton of damage. Okay, as we get worse on Genie, but it doesn't matter. I got a message, that's why I'm okay. It's not a message, it's a reminder. Again, like I say, I don't know when I'm going to get a call or a message from the engineer. But when I do, I guess no matter what happens, I'll probably just end the stream there, because obviously I'll want to be around when he's doing his work, and yeah. I also want to make sure I get photos of the meter reads before he changes anything, stuff like that. So there's not much point like stopping the stream and then loading it again. We'll just go until the usual time, or until he says he's coming. For all you dirty people out there, I don't mean coming in that sense. Okay? Yeah, we're never gonna get Genie Hitless again, by the way. Just so you're aware. This is Genie Devolution. Devolution? Devolution? Potato potato? Moido. Here it is, I'm gonna get it hitless now. No one saw that. Why would I get hit by a normal slash in phase 3, which basically never hits me? Because we're never going to get Genie Hitless again. Which I also said, alongside saying, right, I'm going to get him hitless now, so... You know, I covered both bases. Anyway, what I meant to say was I'm going to get Genie Hitless phase 1 and 2, which are the hardest ones. And that happened. I just forgot to I forgot to stipulate. Yeah? Leave me alone. Leave me alone and listen to some music. Okay? Go away. There it is. I meant that time. Obviously. Duh. Nice 8, let's go. Stream is laggy? Oh shit, it is a bit jerky, isn't it? Thanks for telling me, dude. Yeah, that's just OBS, man. I can't do anything about it. It should clean up soon and then it'll be smooth again. Like now. Yeah. Occasionally it goes choppy. There's just nothing I can do. Like, from my end, my hardware's chilling, 35%. Yeah, and then it goes choppy. It's just OBS, dude. It's either OBS and this game, or this game with OBS, or just OBS in general. I've done all I can to make it smooth as much as possible. And I've actually, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I turned off hardware accelerated GPU scheduling today, because that's one thing OBS suggests trying. But I kind of knew that wouldn't make a difference. As long as it's, I mean, it used to be the case where we would have, welcome in by the way, nice to see a new face. And thanks for the feedback, I do appreciate it. But yeah, we used to have, like, when I first started, about 10 minutes of smooth followed by 3 minutes of stutter, and that would just always, like clockwork, it would just do that. You know what I mean? No, it's not to do with bitrate. I have gigabit upstream, and there's 0 dropped frames, and my connection is always as good as it possibly can be. It's OBS. Like, it's something to do with OBS, and maybe it's to do with this game more than other games, but I think it's just generally an OBS issue. Something to do with the frame rate not matching exactly 60 FPS or something on a monitor. And OBS is coded in a way that doesn't compensate for that properly. Yeah, like I say, it's my connection is perfect, my hardware is chilling at 35% to 40% utilization all the time, 35 degrees on the graphics card. I always have that graph up. It's OBS, man. Like I say though, it's better than before. So, and I think that came from an OBS update, so fingers crossed they will actually resolve it fully at some point, because it drives me mad, dude, that it can clearly stream smoothly, but something in the way that it's coded means that it has these bits of stutter every now and then. And I've tried like every setting under the moon for the past 2 months trying to resolve it. And it is just an OBS thing, because everyone that streams with OBS, I'm pretty sure, has this issue. Like I say, I think it might be more pronounced in this game in particular, but I'm doing save states. What am I doing? How are you, mate? How's your week going? Wednesday morning, if you are anywhere near me. But yeah, at the moment it should be little periods of stutter, but most of the time smooth. Fingers crossed. Doing good, nice. What are you up to? Working? Studying? This is my first playthrough. I've never done a casual playthrough of this game, so in that sense, this is my first play. Yeah, let me just turn it down a bit if we're chatting. Are you a Sekiro fan? Challenge runner? Yeah, in this run I definitely do that. It's a shoutout ending, yeah. And I don't know much about the game, so I don't know the other endings at all. A big challenge level, nice. Do you do it yourself or just watch it? Challenge yourself all night tonight to kill Ishin without him hitting me once. So Ishin Hitless, nice dude. Did you get it? What version of Ishin? Oh well, I only know this version of Ishin. Fire Ishin. Oh, apparently I wasn't paying attention. Let's just continue. Emma doesn't need practice. Do you, Emma? Okay, she does. Did you get him then? You did. He hit you one time, but he has 3 transforms. Okay, so is that a different Ishin to the one I fight here? I guess. Sounds like. Is that Sword Saint? Dermun's here! Hey buddy. Excuse me. I'm still full of cold, I'm afraid. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Imagine being able to watch Fishy. Yeah, I know, right? You mean you don't have any meetings? What's going on? You're talking about Ishin the Saint Sword. Yeah, I've never fought him, so I've no idea. No idea about that, boss. Thanks, man. Yeah, at least I don't have a painful throat anymore. And I'm feeling better generally, I think. So now it's just the snotty stage, you know, the messy stage. Where if I'm not careful, I will spread it to other people and the virus will win. But at least it's a natural virus and not the man-made COVID. Natural viruses are fine. Because they don't make you feel like some kind of weird alien and make you lose touch with all of your humanity like the man-made COVID does. Unsurprisingly, because it's completely unnatural. You have some, but a bit later and not in the morning. Nice. Okay, so Ishin Saint Sword, I've never fought him, so well done for almost getting him hitless. This is the only Ishin I know after this Emma here. Nice to see you, Dermun. Oh, thanks for the follow, Isa. Appreciate that. Welcome in. This is where we change the world by making a community that links everyone on the planet through the internet so that we can come up with a new democratic process where we all decide together how to organise human activity and no longer be slaves to big money and big government. So get excited. Or, you know, get scared and run away, I don't know. There's nothing to fear. Everyone is welcome. I am joking. Considered the easiest and the baddest because Kuro does. Yeah, I know, mate. I know, mate. It is the bad ending. I know that much about the game. However, I have chosen for my first experience of Sekiro to play at AP1 any percent hitless. So I don't level up. Wait. Yeah, I don't level up. And because it's any percent, we do the shortest / easiest route through the game. You're bad, you sorry, didn't mean to say actually. Sorry, I'm confused by that. Actually? Where did you say actually? Sheila's the best ending? Yeah, because we turned into a demon and rampaged the land for 1,000 years, right? Surely that's the best outcome. Oops, I just did 2... Yeah, I missed the buff. You thought you spoiled? Nah, don't worry, mate. Don't worry. Okay, new Ishin stat. Pay attention. I'm saying that to me, not to you. But yeah, feel free to pay attention if you want. But we have changed our Ishin strats. Thanks to Saviour, my saviour. And I'm not buffed like I should be, by the way. As you can see, I'm missing a sugar. But never mind, it means more practice, right? Nope. That's what I think of your Ardagia. There he goes. Time to change the bonk too. Not yet, I'm hanging on to that bonking. GG, old man. You need the firecrackers only after Mikiri death blow. It is safe to buff and jump after a normal death blow. Indeed, which is why I use the firecrackers. Thankfully I remembered. I did learn that fairly early on with Ishin, yeah. Because I learned that the hard way. By not using firecrackers and immediately getting hit. So yeah, that was a good lesson. Alright, let's start a new run. Yeah, don't worry about spoiling Isa or Isa. Interestingly though, at the weekend, I did, with Crunchy, I started a casual playthrough of this game. Where I'm exploring everything, getting all the items, gonna run through the game, you know, try to 100% it or whatever. All that stuff. So that has now been started, and we are up to... I just got the Shuriken pickup. So I'm before Ogre still. So yeah, I have another save state profile for the casual playthrough now. And we might well do that whenever Crunchy's around, because he was super excited about watching me do the casual playthrough. But yeah, it's pretty funny, the fact that I haven't run it through casually. Everyone's surprised whenever they hear that this is my first, you know, real foray into the game is AP1 Hitless, and then, you know, we do a casual playthrough afterwards. But why not? I do things my way, okay? But yeah, on that we have no music on, we have game music on, we watch all the cutscenes, you know, we read item descriptions. It's a good time. Yeah, sadly Crunchy can't join us during the week now because of his college and the time I stream and stuff, but he's around at the weekend. I don't know if you heard earlier, Dermun, I was talking about battling with the YouTube algorithm last night. Because I had a nice conversation with a new guy that came in yesterday. That's one of the reasons also, because I've been ill recently. I think I just felt a bit out of it. That title will probably go tomorrow because I feel like I'm a little bit found again. But that's where that came from. Anyway, I made a short, put it on YouTube yesterday. Within 2 minutes it got 1,200 views. I'm like, okay, cool, shorts is popular right now. And then I found some content with some meaningful conversation in it that made for a nice short. And I thought, great, that might actually, you know, alert people to the real intention for this stream, which is to make the world a better place. So I put that on and I was quite excited for that. And then I left it, checked back an hour later, and that short had 9 views. And I was like, the first short I put up got 1,200 views in 2 minutes. This short, which was more meaningful, got 9 views in an hour. And I naturally immediately felt a bit fucked over by the YouTube algorithm, not gonna lie. And I started thinking all sorts of things like, is the YouTube algorithm geared to not put meaningful content available for people on YouTube? Or was it just the fact that I'd already published a short a bit earlier, and that's the first time I've sort of put... Well, no, it's not the first time I've put shorts up, my goodness. 2 in a row. I'm sure I've done that before and I got the same amount of views, so I don't know what happened. But it made me think, you know. And if nothing else, it made me realise that while I'm playing this game, and I mean the game of streaming and content creation, in order to change the world, I am, at least initially, very much at the behest of corporate algorithms. Not that I didn't know that already, but that was just a really good example of it. So yeah, basically what I always wanted anyway was to kind of bypass the algorithms and try to avoid clickbait titles and stuff like that, and instead trust humanity to spread the word itself, right? Which is why I've been excited recently, the fact that I do have some regulars coming back and we have good conversations and things like that. Because if that works in the way I hope, then the word can spread through humanity, right? Through word of mouth. So say if everyone that comes in here and thinks, this is meaningful, I want to be a part of it, goes and says it to 2 or 3 other people that they know and invites them and says, you really should, you know, let's join in and make the world a better place. It's you know, because what the hell else are we doing? And then each of those says it to 2 or 3 other people. You know what I mean? It's like, then it could snowball just through humanity. So I guess I'm hoping for a human-based algorithm to spread the word for me rather than YouTube and Twitch algorithms. But at the same time, I'm not going to say everyone that comes in here, right, if you want to change the world with me, you have to go out and invite 2 or 3 people and get them in here too, and then they have to do the same thing, because that's just more control, you know. And we can't do it through control, we have to let it happen organically, so that's my hope, and I'm not telling you what to do, okay? Just to be clear. Yeah, and by the way, Isa, if you're here purely for the gameplay, just be warned that as the meaningful conversations happen more and more here, where we pause the game, I just choose a nice backdrop and we talk about ways we can make the world a better place that everyone can be involved in, every single human being. The gameplay suffers for it because I pay less and less attention to the gameplay and more attention to the human connection that's more important to me. So as you're new here, that's just a little caveat for you. However, during quiet times where there is a lack of conversation, there might well be, not wanting to big myself up, some good gameplay to watch, and at some point I might actually get this run hitless. Wake up guys, it's a trap. Shh, Dermun, shush, we talked about this. Shh. Don't let on that it's actually just an evil plan for world domination, okay? He doesn't want power for the people, he wants power for himself, can't you see? It's so clear, guys. Run away. Let's start listening to governments and money instead. They're more trustworthy than this guy, who clearly doesn't want any money and just wants world domination through giving the power back to the people. Use your head, guys, use your head. You shall do your part. I trust you. I trust you with my white sword on a green background. Which I'm now having to remember is a white sword and not a green one. Wait, did I miss? Yeah. The white sword of light and divinity on a green background. My sword bearer. Doing his part. Being quiet about the true intentions of this stream for world domination. So Dermun, yeah, how are you doing? Did you have a good weekend and such? I feel like it's been a little while since we spoke. Can't remember when it was actually. Maybe it's just the last 2 days when you were here at the weekend. My days get messed up because I quotes work every day, so sometimes I forget about weekends and stuff. Oh yeah, you went swimming with your son, I remember, yeah. Son got sick after swimming, oh man. Yeah, public swimming pool, I guess. Was it? Weather's nice, yeah, it's still nice here. It was actually misty this morning. But that was before the sun came up. The sun is now up and it's cleared up straight away. More sunshine. I swear we've had sunshine for the past going on 2 weeks back to back. Sunny days. It's crazy. I'm actually starting to get a bit of a tan. You don't know if it's the pool or something else. Don't want to blame pool. Yeah, I suppose pools have so many chemicals in, chlorine and such, that they should be... If they are damaging to health, it's because of the chemicals and not Germs, right? Probably. I know where I got sick. I'm pretty sure it came, well, it was because of that lack of sleep at the end of last week, having like no more than 6 hours each night, getting excited about everything, and then joining a tennis club and mixing with tennis people, many of whom have kids and families, right? And, you know, shaking hands when people wanted to shake hands. But not only that, sharing tennis balls, you know. It's not hard to think. Not hard to see where I got ill from, I think. And the timing works, because that was Thursday evening, and then I felt ill like on Saturday, and then it got bad on Sunday, so that's probably where it came from. Thanks for slamming that bot with your bright sword of divine goodness. Appreciate it. Not only did that bot have a name made of 2 random words, it added milk at the end of it too. Wait, how did you see me? I'm hidden. Okay, whatever. Long ogre's eye. Am I hitless? I guess so. Not that it matters, it's right at the beginning of the game. Miss me. Miss me. Oh wow, I accidentally did a lock on and it obviously targeted that guy over there and I'm dead. Yeah, thank you. That was such a mess, I wanted to die. Whee! Can we vault on this guy? I don't even know. Okay. That's enough of that. But yeah, poor Isa here came in when the stream was lagging. But it was nice for him to say that it was lagging. Not lagging, stuttering. I guess it was OBS stutter. I know, right? Tennis clubs being expensive. That's what's always put me off them in the past. However, the one I joined is £95 for a year. And I pay £30 for indoor bouldering a month. So actually, it's one of the cheapest activities for me. So I guess I can't really complain. It is the cheapest club here though. I'm still not entirely confident I will find hitting partners to knock about and rally with regularly at the time that I want to do it, which is generally weekday afternoons when other people tend to be in work. With the cheapest viewers that matches. So yeah, anyway, I thought I'd give this tennis club a try for the year. Hopefully I will find someone who I get along well with, who wants to knock the ball about and have fun rather than play competitive matches. Unless we're both in the mood. Then it'll be worth the money. Also having access to courts, you know, as well. But yeah, so Isa came in here and the stream was stuttering. And I had to explain that it's OBS, it's not me, I've done everything I can. But unlucky that it came in just at the stutter, because generally I think it's smooth now and it just stutters less often for not as much time. However, it's funny that happened because I turned off hardware accelerated GPU scheduling this morning because that, according to OBS people, helps avoid stutter, which of course hasn't helped me every time I've tried it, but I thought I would try it again, and clearly it hasn't fixed the occasional stuttering. You saw one stutter too after the 8, yeah. Since then, very smooth. Yeah, generally it's a lot better than it used to be. What used to happen was about 10 or 11 minutes of smooth, followed by 2 or 3 minutes of stutter, and that period would just keep happening over and over and over again, like clockwork. And that would coincide with my GPU utilization going up and down. So the 2 and 3 minutes of stutter would happen when it's at max GPU utilization of about 75%. Then it would go down again and gradually ramp up again to 75%. However, these days, the GPU utilization is always flat at about 35 to 45%. So that, whatever that stutter period was, has now been resolved. And I'm seeing consistent GPU utilization, which is what I would expect. However, there is still occasional stuttering, and I can only put that down to OBS still needs some work, at least when it comes to this game. Because no matter what settings I choose, there's always some stutter somewhere occasionally, and it appears to be nothing. There appears to be nothing I can do about it, other than hope and pray for another OBS update that may finally fix the issue. But still, I know from watching other streamers that stuttering can be a lot worse on other streams. At least I'm doing something right. Wow, nice camera. I do have the preview window up now, which I turned off before, but that hadn't made a difference either, which is why I've turned it back on now. And when Isa said it was stuttering, I did look over at my preview window and it was stuttering here too. Which means at least I can see when it happens, I guess. Don't want to name them because of spoiler. You got the other day 2 no-hits. Oh, nice, dude. Like 2 bosses. I guess bosses that I don't fight. Was with debuff. Sweet. Oh yeah, the new guy that came in called Blushing Wolf, who I was speaking to yesterday. He's from Switzerland, which is cool. We're getting people from all over the world. You're in Germany, he's in Switzerland, Crunchy's in India. Isa, if he's still around, is somewhere. We've got the US family, who raided us a couple of times last week. 2 runs. Oh, sick. Oh yeah, I forget that you're actually a seasoned Sekiro Hitless runner, aren't you? I forget that you're way better at the game than I am. That's the nice part of Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why I thought it would be a good place to start a community, because it links people from all over the world. At least people who live in a country with electricity, internet and stuff. As I remember our Congolese brethren who are, for less than $1 a day, mining in horrific conditions for our lithium so that we have access to such technology, and we should never forget that they are dying early in horrible ways so that we can have our phones, our EVs, and our gadgets. We must never forget where these minerals are coming from, and the fact that we are building our lives on such misery. And if you want to read more about that, you really should read Cobalt Red. Which is a book written only a couple of years ago. An expose of what is actually going on and what our lives are built upon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, then you've got clothes. I guess I go to the mineral mining because these poor people are dying in mine shaft collapses because it's not done properly and it's done as cheaply as possible so that China can then get the raw materials and make the batteries and then make their profit before we make our profit after buying the batteries from them. You know, this is all a supply chain. This is all the result of capitalist profit making. Name again, please. Cobalt Red. I will type it in chat. Important book for everyone to read. Cobalt Red. There it is. You're welcome, dude. And if you're worried about money and don't want to buy the book is accessible on websites. If you have an electronic reader or whatever, you can download it for free and read it. Don't let money get in your way of important information. You can get the book without paying for it and you can read it, and then you can contribute to the author however you wish afterwards, or whatever you want to do. The important thing is everyone should know about this stuff, and reading that book is a good way to inform yourself about this issue. You like holding the book in your hands? Yeah, you're like my mum. Ever since I got an e-reader, I actually got a Kindle, but I keep it on airplane mode so I never see any ads on it. Because ads, everyone never look at ads either. Ads are just evil. Just don't, just look away. Just don't get an ad blocker. Don't watch ads. Which is meaning I'm in two minds about approaching affiliate on this channel. Because if I accept if I accept this stream into the affiliate program, I believe that means I have to play at least 3 minutes of ads every month. That wouldn't be so bad. Every hour. €26, that's ridiculous. That must be like a hardback special edition. It should never cost that much. If it's a paperback version, it should be like €9 max. But yeah, it's making me in two minds about the affiliate program. Now we have 50 followers, I think. If and when I get an average viewership across my streams of 3 or more, then I will be invited to the affiliate program. Whether I have to become an affiliate, I don't know yet. But that's going to be a tough decision. And I will talk about it on stream. Because I would be one of the biggest hypocrites in the world if I was to start plastering my content with ads and making money from it. I don't need money right now. At some point I will, because I'm not earning money. However, while I don't need it, I don't think in good conscience I would be able to do anything other than try to avoid ads and stuff on the channel. And there are other ways, if I do get to a position where I'm running out of money and to do what I'm doing, if I have a community by then, blah blah blah, way in the future, whatever it is, there's no point thinking about this now, but just as a random thought, the only reason, or the best way, if someone did want to support me financially, if I got into a position where I needed it to continue doing this, I think probably the best way forward would be to avoid ads on the channel, avoid, you know, definitely not be asking for subs or anything like that, and maybe just say, look, if you want to contribute, as and if I need it, donation is the way forward, right? Because then I can, maybe, I don't know if Twitch would force me to run ads, but if I have the choice, then I can keep it ad free, you know, and keep it available to everyone without disrupting the content with ads. Anyway, that's wait, is it stuttering again? It is, isn't it? We must be in a stutter period. OBS, you suck. Anyway, there's a quick little thought while we're stuttering. I'll stand still. About ads are mandatory. Yeah, but only if you accept affiliate, presumably. Because it says on my Twitch, when these goals are met, you will be invited to the affiliate program. So I'm wondering if I can say thanks, but no thanks. I don't want ads on my content, you know? And then if I did get into a position where I needed some financial support to keep doing what I'm doing, and I would only, if that was the case, I would only say, I would be transparent with my outgoings and my, you know, my money situation, and say, look, I need this for food and bills and stuff, and that's all I would ever ask for. Not ask for, that's all I would ever mention the whole thing for. And then I could keep it ad-free, not join the affiliate program, keep it completely available, you know, the content completely uninterrupted. But anyway, we're nowhere near that, so I guess that's just what I'm thinking about so far. And for the time being, I'm fine. I can live off my savings. I don't know how long for. We're just gonna have to see what happens. Like I say, I'm not here for the money. I'm here for making the world a better place, and I will be till the end of time. And like I say, I think it's going to take a while for that final goal anyway, before I even get invited to the affiliate program and have to think about it. But at the moment, what I'm thinking is probably just say, if I do get there, say thanks, but no thanks, I want to keep it ad-free. One reason why you don't watch Nico anymore. Me too, mate. Exactly the same. It's interesting because I popped into his stream briefly the other day, and as soon as I joined, literally the first thing I heard was someone, he repeated someone saying, oh, it's nice to see DS2, thanks for playing DS2. And he was like, yeah, no problem, you're welcome. If you keep subbing and I get $10,000 donations, I will keep doing what you know, he just mentioned money straight away. And then I left. I was literally there for 20 seconds or something. And I was like, fuck you, mate, you know? This is ridiculous. I can't, in good conscience, stay here when you're just talking about that all the time, man, all the time. And you're already getting like almost 100 grand a year for doing what you're doing, you know, it's like, and you're just making it now about that, and it's just, no, mate, no, this is not right. I mean, you're just turning into every other streamer that starts making money from it, and that's all you talk about now. It's like, okay, just, it's fucked up. And to think I gifted the guy 5 subs for when he got his God Run 3. But I guess I still don't regret that. It was a fantastic I'm still grateful for the emotion, the raw emotion that he showed on stream when he got that. That's content I do agree with. However, that is now past, and all he is doing is milking cash from it now, so whatever, dude. I guess you've lost my support. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, I know I was being greedy. Throw me off the cliff. I deserve it. Speaking of greed... But yes, as we are talking, as you can see, I'm not paying any attention to the game. Which is fine by me. Although that appears to have maybe made eyes and my ace disappear, which is fine, you know. Each to their own. If you're still there though, lurking in the background, shout out. How are the sound levels, by the way, Dermun? I did change them yesterday because I noticed that my stream is just a lot quieter than everyone else's generally. The music might be a bit loud right now, is it? It's good? Okay. The music's a little bit loud for me. Yeah, I will do. It's a little bit loud for me too. But, I mean, that's good, because I want to be able to control the music at my end for me and the stream at the same time. So I will leave it where it is on OBS, but turn it down. But eventually what we're going to need is, I guess, for people to be more willing to believe that we can actually change the world and make it a better place. We need practical steps for people to follow and some kind of like... framework, I guess. You know, a framework for the alternative. Something tangible. Instead of just theoretical... the world would be great if we didn't have money. Everyone can agree with that, but then just doesn't know what to do practically to get there, if you see what I mean. Another banger, since I like the first one, great, I will check that out later. Let me save that. Thanks, dude. Look forward to checking that out with breakfast. Oh, it's KIZ again. Cool. Sweet. Thanks, man. Yeah, I did. I think I flicked to their album. But as usual, when you get super excited about a new track and you listen to the album, the other tracks on the album just don't quite hit the same way. At least initially. So thanks for another direct suggestion. So since we've had stutters already, hardware assisted GPU scheduling, OBS if you're listening, makes no difference and it's going back on. Thank you very much. Oh, I pressed circle. I literally am getting worse at the game. Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? However, that didn't happen with FM Attack for me. Somehow. When I first heard FM Attack and started exploring their other music, I basically listened to all the albums and saw, okay, most of this is really good. Then put all the albums in a playlist and just took out the ones that I was slightly questioning, and then ended up with a long playlist of my favourites from them, which is most of it, or at least like 50-60% of it. And that is a very rare thing to happen with new music. But that made the end of my year last year, and I still listen to them a lot. Oh, cameo. So yeah, excuse me, practical steps for people to do to change the world and make it a better place. I've been talking like about that definitely a lot more recently in terms of, and I spoke about that again this morning before anyone came in, about following your way, staying true to your heart, not living a lie, right? By living a lie, I mean if you're in a job you hate and you're still going to it, stop it, you know? The problem there is, practically, you've got the financial entrapment, and that's a huge barrier for us to change the world. At the moment, people feel they need this money thing, and the way the system works, they do, to survive, even though what they need to survive is food, shelter, water, etc. But in order to get those things currently, they need this money thing. And that, and all the other barriers, bureaucratic, financial and otherwise, force people into servitude to their jobs, even if they hate them. So I guess one thing we could explore is a practical framework for breaking free of that entrapment in order to align yourself with your true calling in life, or your true way, your true Tao, however you want to put it, in alignment with love and compassion and fulfillment and meaning and all the good stuff in life, doing what you're naturally motivated to do that contributes to society, and managing to change your life in towards that direction despite or while breaking down that financial entrapment and barrier to it. Because I recognise, for me, I'm lucky enough to be able to do this right now because I do have some savings to live off. I am living in my house, which means, yes, I have to pay bills and it's costly and stuff, but it's not as bad when you own a house versus renting and stuff like that. So someone could easily come along and say, easy for you to say, you know what I mean? Easy for you to say, follow your dream when you have some financial allowance for it. I do own a house, yeah. I own one house and I live in it right now. Before, I was renting it out and living off the income from it, while my plan was to travel around and write a book to change the world and meet people and try to change the world that way. But after multiple attempts at doing that, although shout out Barcelona, when I spent a month in Barcelona, I did write what you could consider a book, which I'm happy to share with anyone on stream, by the way. It's about 100 pages long, and I just called it A Month in Barcelona, and it's basically me for the most part, I did write some of it outside of a weed club, but a lot of the time I was writing in the weed club that I went to. And it was sort of stream of consciousness writing, right? Whatever was coming to mind, I would write. And I did that pretty much every day for a month. So at least something creative came out of it. But the other traveling, I wasn't really traveling. I was staying for a month in one place. So, and Barcelona isn't cheap. So, everyone needs to do sacrifices. Yeah. And that ties in neatly with the horrifically hypocritical way of presenting such important ideas that I mentioned that you might have been around for, from Jordan Peterson and Russell Brand, who are two very rich people, while talking about self-sacrifice, making every dollar that they can from putting the content on YouTube and behind paywalls and plastering it with ads and stuff. Which I won't go into too much again because I have already talked about it. But yes, sacrifice is important. However, given the system how it is, can we really expect someone who is just trying to make ends meet, has to go to work, is never able to save money, you know, they might have kids or a family, they might be a single parent, they have to keep going to that job, because if they don't, they won't be able to feed their kids. You know, there are a lot of people in a much worse financial trap than we are, and they can easily come in here and say to us, yeah, easy for you to talk about this, I'd love to join in and help save the world with you, but I at least don't feel like I can at all, because I'm fully in this financial trap. Right. Everyone needs to do the sacrifices. I shouldn't compare myself to the other. I think it's useful to compare myself to the other in this case, though. Because if I'm sat here saying, look, all you have to do is follow your passions, follow your dreams, align yourself with true values, stop working in jobs you hate and stuff like that, it's so easy for someone like I'm describing to come in and say, easy for you to say, you're lucky enough to be in a financial position that allows that period of time and lack of constraint in order to follow that path. And I recognize how lucky I am to have that freedom, at least temporarily, while I live off my savings here and own a house, you know, which is a position that a lot of other people aren't in and don't have that freedom, to say that everyone should do what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And if I don't recognize that, well, that's not very compassionate of me, is it? Yeah, if you're in a place where you can help others, that would be great. Yeah, and I am, and that's why I'm aligning myself and my activity like this to try to make the world a better place through what I'm doing. And this is part of it. This is why I'm saying I need to think about practical framework that will help people, everyone, or help as many people as possible help change the world, to get it into a situation where people in general, human beings, don't find themselves in this financial trap where they feel like they have to keep going to a job that they hate because they have no money otherwise and they have a couple of kids to raise, you know, for example. Or because they have rent to pay, you know, whatever it is. Which is most people. So if we want the world to change, that's an important line of inquiry. Like, can we use our freedom in this situation? And by we, I mean definitely me in this situation. come up with some sort of framework, practical steps. And it doesn't have to be specific steps like you have to do this, this and this because I did this and it worked for me. You know, it should be general steps that are as widely applicable as possible, that will help as many people as possible change the way they live away from money making and pointless consumption towards doing something meaningful, productive, fulfilling, which will help society and make us start realizing we don't need this money thing. And if we get rid of this money thing, we then free up, I don't know, the rest of the world's population so that they can do what we're doing too. You know what I mean? Because then nobody's in a financial trap. And everyone then has the opportunity to live a meaningful, productive life. Because the main barrier, as we've discovered, to living a meaningful, productive life is the monetary system. And arguably the political system, but definitely the monetary system, at least for each individual. Because like Blushing Wolf was saying, an important point that came up yesterday is that capitalism divides us into individuals, and it does so by me and you having different numbers next to our name in our bank accounts, whatever it is, that immediately set us apart from each other. One of us is richer or poorer than the other, which means one of us has more power to consume and manipulate other people than the other. It's very individualistic, it's very divisive, and it promotes greed and corruption more than it helps people live a meaningful life. I think that's fair to say. So if we are going to battle that monetary system, the best way to do that is come up with some sort of practical framework that the most people possible can free themselves of that financial trap, start doing meaningful work, and then we can all start realizing we don't need that monetary system. And then when that falls apart completely, nobody's in that financial trap anymore, and everyone can have the opportunity to contribute however they want, wherever their passions lie, wherever their natural motivation and interest is. Obviously, as long as it doesn't involve killing or infringing on other people's lives of living a productive, meaningful life. Obviously, you know what I mean. We can talk about that stuff as well. But there's no real need to if we were working under the assumption that at least 95% of the world population would vote for I want to live, I don't want to die. You know? So we can put that aside for now and think about the practical obstacles involved in how do people actually change how they are living. Because a lot of people, in fact I think most people, like we've talked about, would give up their bank accounts and whatever they own. I would give up my house, I would give up all of my money, I would give up everything that I own if I could wake up tomorrow and do whatever I wanted wherever in the world with like-minded people, and there would be no barriers to me joining in, and information would be freely available and accurate because there's no monetary system anymore that's causing loads of misinformation and loads of, you know, hate-filled propaganda and whatever it is. If the world was a different place, I would happily give up all my, you know, and then, for example, what would I do? Well, the first thing I would do is work with other people who are interested in what I'm interested in, which is how do we organise humanity better so that it improves life for everyone, so that we can build on that to then explore the universe together and develop our life on Earth together to the best of our ability. Ever increasing innovation, technology, etc., etc. And where money isn't involved, obviously, then it would be easy to focus on environmental factors and look after all of us and the environment at the same time, because you wouldn't have companies left, right, and centre cutting corners and destroying the environment so that they can make a cheaper product to make more money, because all they're doing is geared towards maximizing profit, right? There's none of that anymore. So I would give up everything that I have if I could go and join in that activity with other like-minded people, so I wouldn't feel so alone with it, you know what I mean? That's what I would do initially, but then when that's done, who knows what I would do? Then I would naturally find interest in something else, and I would go and do that. But anyway, again, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I started thinking earlier today that maybe it's worth trying to invest some time and mental effort into thinking about practical ways that people could free themselves from this financial entrapment that most people would say, yeah, it's easy enough for you to talk about these things, and yes, the world would obviously be a better place, but I still need to feed my kids and pay my bills, and the only way I can do that is if I keep going to this job that I hate, because there's no other opportunity for me. So that's my question to you, Dermun, for this morning. Do you have any idea I have no idea where I am in the game. I think I'm at the beginning. Or any thoughts or anything. And obviously it might not come now, but I'm going to be thinking about that more. Trying to be thinking about that more actively. What practical steps could people in such a position take that would help challenge the monetary system? Because the monetary system and the political system and power structures are relying on that financial entrapment to keep people paying their taxes, paying their rent, you know, ultimately just making the rich richer. And they're doing so by keeping people trapped in that financial trap. And that's why it keeps going. So we need to figure out a way for people to have actual practical steps where they can find themselves, or when they can start believing they do have an opportunity to change how they are living. One way, I guess, is political, right? Out of this community could be born a political party, because why not? That then could start taking the focus away from money by making sure everyone's basic needs are met. And that's why the idea of universal basic income is interesting. Because while we live in a monetary system, what you can do is make sure everyone has enough money to live on as a baseline. And then they don't have to go to work that they hate. And if they don't have to go to work that they hate, then at least they can stay home and think about what they really want to do next. Without worrying about, how am I going to afford food? How am I going to afford going to the hospital? Yeah, whatever it is. We make sure everyone has that. But we don't do it in in an age-old socialist way of government corruption, right? Because you've got, this is right and left stuff. If we talk about politics now, it's a nice segue into politics, I think. The age-old battle is between corporate control and government control, right? If you make the government too powerful, they'll start over-regulating, and anyone who actually wants to make the world a better place through running a business that's actually meaningful, like Blushing Wolf, who came in here yesterday, said he got out of his higher paid salary job, took a 30% salary decrease, started working for a startup company that is actually doing something meaningful by providing new technologies to old people who basically need panic buttons at home, and it's like an automatic panic button. So if it detects some kind of unusual distress by the human being at home, it's like it can alert care providers to their home without them having to think, shit, I need to make it to the panic button or I'm going to die alone. You know, that's meaningful. And what over-regulation through too much government control could mean is bureaucrats, ever-increasing bureaucratic control, people that don't know about things sticking their noses in and saying, we want to regulate you, we're going to make you do it this way, even if, no matter what you say, even though we are not the experts, and it would be better if we left it to you. You know what I mean? And then you've got the corporate control side of things, which is corporations getting too rich and getting too much control and just trying to make more and more money for their shareholders, etc., 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 and being completely unregulated and destroying the environment as they go because all they care about is money and profit. So that's the right and left swing of what we currently have in politics. You don't have any ideas yet, but political way is an option, or if the current system does collapse so people can say the system was shit, let's try something else. Yeah, and I guess what we need is a practical way forward to show the issues in this system and practical steps to, like I said, free people from the financial trap without being too overbearing. So if we were to make a political party, say, it would be centrist, always centrist, focus on the centre. So while money exists, okay, eventually we want to get rid of money, but for now, and we want to get rid of government over control, which is the left side of things, right? Too much left is too much government control, you end up with Stalinist Russia, or you could, because of the corruption involved in too much power given to the government. Too much right, you end up with too much profit focus and the destruction of the world for the sake of the dollar, because there's not enough regulation from the government, right? That's roughly the right-left political swing that we have. So we focus on the centre. We recognise that profit is not good. Too much government power is not good. We are all in it together, so we have to dismantle both systems and come up with a new one, right? That gives everyone the responsibility. Everyone, every human being on Earth, jointly responsible for what we do on planet Earth. However much they want to be involved in it. Maximum opportunity, maximum involvement for whoever wants to get involved in anything they want to get involved in. Obviously under that we have a bedrock of fundamental rights and stuff, starting with democratic votes for every human being on the planet, starting with, do you want to live or do you want to die? You know, and then we can build on that, right? We are connected as human beings, we start there. So if I was to imagine practical steps, it would be something like universal basic income, right? If we made a community, somehow we got into political, quotes, power, one thing we could absolutely do is, while there is money, we free up people from the financial trap by saying, look, everyone gets 20 grand a year, or whatever it is. You know, whoever's interested in getting involved in, you know, how to provide monetarily for everyone's basic needs to be met can be involved in it, right? for all the specifics, but generally the goal is, or the imperative is, every human being gets, on the planet, every human being gets their basic needs met. And while we live in a monetary system, we can do that with universal basic income. So now people aren't forced to do work that they hate, or that is meaningless, or pointless, or demoralizing, and in the service of industries that don't make sense, like the beauty industry, the financial services industry. And because everyone can live knowing that they'll have food, shelter, water, and they don't need to pay bills by going to shit jobs and basically spend all of their life energy doing that stuff just to make ends meet, we've taken that out of the equation, right? So while we have money, still, everyone can do that. Okay. So now you might ask, well, if everyone has their basic needs met and they don't need to work anymore, what if all the farmers say, oh, we don't need to make money anymore, we're not going to farm anymore? And then no one has any food to eat, even if everyone has enough money to afford it, because there isn't any food. Okay, good question. Very important question, right? And how we address that, I suppose, is the next step, which is, okay, we want everyone's basic needs to be met. So in this scenario, we need X amount of food to be produced. So farmers, please don't stop making food right now because you'll fuck everybody over, right? I would like to think that at least 80% of farmers are doing it because they love farming and not for the money. So they'll keep farming. But what they can do now, because we're living in a different world, not only do we have a lot of human activity freed up from people not needing to go to meaningless jobs anymore that they hate. So now we have a lot of people, say from the financial services industry, who no longer need to do that work. So they have a lot of free time, right? And a lot of farmers love what they do and they will keep farming. But what they won't have anymore is financial stress from over-regulation, over-taxation, over-profit-driven greed by supermarkets, for example, not giving them enough money for their products, all of that stuff. And instead they're like, look, this is great what you're doing, but now we don't quite have enough people, because some people have left, because they no longer need to farm for money, to make the food that we need. But at the same time, we have a lot of human activity freed up. So now we can start thinking about, well, what if we just invite people to help out on farms, whoever want to do some manual labour on a farm, for as long as they want to, right? And then you might have an oversubscription. Then you might think, actually, now there are far too many people wanting to do some meaningful work outside instead of sitting in an office at a computer all day playing with money on a screen, because we've freed them up from that pointless activity. It's like, whoa, okay, now we've got too many people working outside on farms, for example. And that's when a whole new interesting area of actual meaningful work could open up, which is what I'm interested in, the organisation of human activity. It's like, okay, well, then we need some kind of computer system or database or AI assisted system to keep track of what's going on and what's being oversubscribed to. Like, okay, now we have 150% of the farming activity that we actually need, and we have only 50% of people working in healthcare. So we need more people in healthcare, and then it's like, who wants to join us in healthcare? You'll get access to all the information you need. You can trust it. If you've always wanted to be a doctor but you've got stuck being a business administrator because of money or something, come and join in. We'll train you, because we have people excited about what they do, willing to help other people learn it, and then things start changing like that, right? I guess what I'm trying to do here is imagine practical steps to get us from where we are now to where I know that we can be, to the benefit of all of humanity and life on Earth. How do you think I'm doing? Anything that I've said is like, maybe if anything comes to your mind where you think, oh, that won't work because, and he hasn't thought about that, tell me. Like, because this is where I need feedback from people. But I think that feels like a good start in trying to come up with a practical framework of steps forward. So maybe we do need to start from a political side of things, because that would help change. That would help the financial entrapment, which is the biggest barrier, I think, for your average Joe or Jill trying to make ends meet by trying to pay ever-increasing rent and bills while looking after a kid or two. Maybe they're a single parent, you know what I mean? And they're just stuck in a job that they would absolutely not be doing if they didn't have to, and they would much rather do something more meaningful or productive if they could. How am I doing? Feedback required before we continue. Oh. I apparently already got that. I have no idea where I am in the game, which is a great sign because it means I've been focusing on stuff that matters. And gaming does not. But I'm going to run this way again anyway, because why not? I'm doing great, thanks. That's really sweet to hear. But at any point in that monologue did you think of a different idea, or something that I had overlooked, or a problem with my ideas? What you struggle with, here we go, is you can't find ideas when the situation isn't there. Oh, so you're talking about what you're struggling with personally now as part of this conversation is because it's not a reality yet, you can't think about it hypothetically in a theoretical context? Your creativity is shite. Fair enough, dude. I like to think that everyone has creativity in them, because I didn't think I was creative at all. And I think that you've touched on another issue with society, right? Creativity is bred out of us, or rather trained out of us, by the education system and the monetary system. Because the monetary system doesn't appreciate free-thinking, creative individuals. It appreciates economic cogs in the machine that just do whatever job, as long as it generates money, then it's good. So I like to think, you may think your creativity is shit, but you might surprise yourself. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I know I have. Because I thought I was completely uncreative too. I'm just going to quickly jump to the toilet. I'll be back soon. So, I'm back. I was thinking when I was weeing, common theme of the stream, is, well, I was going to ask you, do you think what I've been describing is a plausible, practical way forward for us to transition from what we have now into a proposed better system for all of humanity and life on Earth? And also the general thought I was having was, I think this relates to the stream title, feeling a bit lost and maybe we can find ourselves again, is because what I recognise has been happening on stream is somewhat repetitively going over the same tune, if you like, of yes, the monetary system is bad, it is the cause of a lot of our issues, here is how. And the feeling lost, I think, relates to, but where do we go from here to resolve it? You know what I mean? So this conversation that I'm having with you today, Dermun, is, I think, helping us find ourselves again in terms of a direction forward. Like with coming up with some practical framework for the transition away from the monetary system into a better system. Because the feeling lost can easily come from, we know what the root causes of our issues are, it's clear when we talk about it, but what we don't have is a way forward to resolve it. Practical steps and a plausible plan of action. So that's what we're focused on now. The plausible plan of action for positive steps forward in the most sensible, meaningful and believable transition from what we have now to where we want to be. And the more we refine that through future conversation, the more clear our steps can become, and the better we can advocate for change, I suppose. Because no longer will we be idealists saying the world will be better if money didn't exist. Because obviously someone could come along and say, yeah, sure, how are you going to do that? You know what I mean? Because if and when someone does come in and say, yeah, I agree, but how are you going to do that? Then we can say, well, we think this, and this is the best way forward. And then we can start having the practical conversation about, yes, we want to change. Yes, we see what we want to address in society. But not only that, we've thought about actual practical steps that we can take in order to take us in that direction. Then we've got something to work with, you know? Because then, at the very least, right, these people that I was talking about in a financial trap where they just have to go to work that they hate to pay the bills and the rent, which is most people, we can say to them, not only the best way forward is for you to align yourself with goodness and compassion and do something that you find meaningful and motivational and make self-sacrifices to get yourself there, and you're on your own with it. Instead, we can say that, and that we want that for every human being on the planet, while giving them practical things that they can do in their current situation in order to help get us all there. And I guess that's where a political direction might be useful, because then we can say, look, we want to make your life better and everyone else's life better by addressing the monetary system and the political system. And this is how you can help, even though you're currently trapped in this financial situation. And what that could be, I'm starting to realise, is you can use your democratic vote that you currently have in the current system to vote for us, and this is what we'll do. We're going to give you universal basic income so that you no longer have to do jobs that you hate to make ends meet. Your ends will be met, and you will have ever increasing up to the ultimate amount of opportunity to do whatever you want that's productive and meaningful in life instead. And this is how that could work. So the first thing that you can do is support us if you want to see that change in the world. And the way that that is possible now without money is through the internet. A political party and movement could be born on the internet that doesn't require millions or billions of dollars of donations to run campaigns and fly all around the world and campaigns through leaflets and physical stuff. Instead, it can all be done online for free, starting right here at twitch.tv. Because why not? I feel like we're starting to get somewhere. And that way it can be a political party where everyone can join in and no one has to pay any money to be a part of it. No one has to donate to be a member of this political party. Money is just not important to us. What is important is making the world a better place for everybody and everything. Not one human being excluded. And this is a global effort. This isn't just for one country. This isn't just make Britain great again, or make Germany great again, or make America great again. This is make the world a better, more meaningful, productive, fulfilling place for everybody, while we look after the environment and our home together as best we can. And that's what's always irked me about political nationalist movements, like the whole rhetoric of make America great again. It's like, no, Donald, what you should be saying is we need to look after every human being on the planet because we are all in this together, which is what I'm saying. So we need a new political movement that transcends borders, where everyone is invited to join in at every stage, however much they want to be involved. And they won't have to pay a penny to be involved, short of, while money exists, needing to pay their internet bill, or pay for a computer if one breaks or something, you know what I mean? They won't have to pay any extra, because we're not here for the money, and we're not here to be career politicians. We are here to make the world a better place for everybody. And this is how we think we can do it. And what you can do, what any human being can do on the planet is, if they want to contribute, come and vote. Come and share your ideas. Come and say, I think what you said here is questionable because of this, this, and this. Any feedback is welcome. Because I'm certainly not infallible. And while I sit here generally speaking in a monologue about what I think is the best way forward, absolutely there is potential for someone to say, you've overlooked this issue, and I can go, shit, you're right, maybe we need to refine our practical steps forward. And then that's great, because the idea that the practical steps for us to get from where we are now to making the world a better place is the most important thing. Above any one of us, definitely above me. I am not in this for status or glory or money or personal benefit of any kind, because I know that I will have all of the personal benefit imaginable that I could possibly want if I make the world... No, not if we together make the world a better place for everybody. Because that is what I want. Because that's going to make the world better for me as well. You know what I mean? So we've done a loop. I'm back to the... If you want to contribute to this, spread the word, stick around, share your ideas, even if you think your creativity is shite. The other thing I thought while weeing Dermun, if you're still there, is I don't feel like I'm being creative as much as trying to solve a problem. Mind you, in problem solving there is creativity. I think in anything there can be creativity though. So I reckon you're probably more creative than you give yourself credit for. Because I know that I have definitely, for the most of my life, thought that I was completely uncreative, and all I could do was, through repetition, get good at something, like playing a video game, for example, which I didn't see at all as creative. But of course, even in that, there is some creativity, because how I play this game here is going to be different from how anyone else plays it. So even in that, where I think there is zero creativity, there is creativity. You just don't really recognize it. Such as changing strats and taking risks that other people don't take, and finding my own way through the game as I play it more. You know, there is creativity where you might think there is none. And certainly the way I play the game is probably very creative, because I am getting worse and worse at the game as time goes on, because I'm focusing less and less on it, and I suppose that's a creative way to play Sekiro in some fashion, because most people focus more and more on the game and get better at it. I'm doing the opposite. Through focusing less and less on the game, I'm getting worse at it as time goes on. I am nothing if not creative, right? Can't travel to where I already am. Indeed, good point. See what I mean? I fear I may have lost everyone, but it doesn't really matter, because I think that's... At least that monologue has helped me find myself again. Going back to the stream title of feeling a bit lost, but maybe we can find ourselves again. Because I guess feeling a bit lost has come not just from the illness, but also from the realization that I've been talking about. Yes, we need to change the monetary system. It will obviously make the world a better place. But I hadn't made the step forward into addressing the how, the practical steps forward. And now that we're talking about that, I feel a bit more found again. Well, that sounds good. And you're still there. Excellent. Yeah, it does sound good. And that's why I guess I left the title as it was, even though I thought to myself this morning, is that still the suitable title? Absolutely, it has been. Creativity is there somewhere in you, must be able to unleash. Absolutely, and I think creativity is there in all of us, and like I said, because of the system we live in, instead of it being fostered and encouraged in us, it's instead suppressed and ultimately destroyed in a lot of us, to the point where we don't think we are creative anymore. And that's not by design. Like I say, the economic system doesn't want you to be creative, it wants you to generate money for GDP, which is meaningless. But that has a knock-on effect on our lives. So it's little wonder why a lot of people, myself included, end up thinking they aren't creative. And all you have to do to recognize that is think back to when you were a kid at school and you were told not to think and not to ask why, but instead to learn this because you needed to learn it for an exam. Case in point. And this one's going up because it's a nice tune. Sorry, Dermun. But now we're gaming, apparently. There he goes. Good chat as always, mate. I'm glad you're there. It may sound like a monologue sometimes, but it wouldn't come the way it comes without at least you being there and just some feedback, even if you think it's uncreative. Just by virtue of you being there as a sounding board, if nothing else, adds to the creativity of humanity. Even if it's just you and me at the moment, you know? And you said before that your English isn't the best, so, you know, like, I certainly couldn't be doing what you're doing in a conversation if things were reversed and you were, like, speaking in German. You know what I mean? So don't forget the language barrier if you're questioning your creativity in this context. It's absolutely a factor. And if in the process you feel like your English is improving, all the better. And at the very least, I still haven't heard from the engineer who's coming to install a smart meter, and we've had 3 hours of the stream already, including some very, very important and well-directing conversation. So everything else now is a bonus. I can't believe it's been 3 hours already. I've barely played the game. That must be how much we've been talking. I can't believe it. Oh, you're so fucked, Gyobu. You got no chance, buddy. Here it is. GG. Sorry, horsey. Gotta respect the animals. It's not their fault. Alright, because Dermun said the music was a bit loud earlier, I will turn it down a little bit. Just because this... I'm not really sure what this is. Not that one. And my throat has clearly had a good workout because it's starting to feel a little bit scratchy again. Which is a good sign because it means we've had some good conversation. Or at least I've been yapping a lot. But you know, maybe that just is the best practical way forward. For people who do have the time and the financial freedom to focus on changing the world to make it better, maybe we should be doing that through a political route, like I've described today. Because then we can go to the people who don't have time and are in the worst case of the financial trap and say, don't worry, all you have to do is vote for us. And this is what will happen. But in a way that makes them truly believe that that will happen and we're not just another political party out for our own personal gain and careers. And I think that would be fairly easy to assure people of when we say we are anti-money, and while money exists, we will be ensuring that you have enough to live on, so that gives you the opportunity to do some meaningful contributions to society and take you out of your current financial trap. Because I know I would vote for that. I think I'm going the right way. But it doesn't matter, because I know I'm going the right way in life. See what I did there? Yeah, and that is the responsibility of, well, that is how to live up to the responsibility of everyone who may or may not be listening with some financial freedom in order to make the world a better place in that sense. Which is exactly what I have against people like Jordan Peterson and Russell Brand having meaningful conversations about self-sacrifice, which is important for everyone to listen to, while plastering it with ads and putting half of it behind paywalls, even though they have already enough money for them and their children to live on for the rest of time. They are still chasing every single dollar that they can with their otherwise meaningful content. That's exactly why it hurts me so much. Because it's absolutely everyone's responsibility who has financial freedom to make the world a better place by using that financial freedom that they have and taking responsibility for it. And it's ironic because Jordan Peterson often talks about responsibility. He's just full of irony and hypocrisy, that guy. I love him because he has fantastic conversations that are very meaningful and illuminating, and his work on the history of mythology and how it relates to human psychology is excellent. It's just a shame he shoots himself in the foot by not living up to his own responsibilities and still chasing the dollar even when he doesn't need to. Oh, Jordan, I really hope you see the light one day, mate. And I really hope, because you're in such a good position to make the world a better place with your 10 million followers and your infinite wealth. Why the fuck are you plastering your content with ads while you're talking about self-sacrifice and responsibility? And putting half of it behind a paywall? And spending all your money on eating steaks every meal and ridiculous suits and fancy hotel rooms and travelling all over the world? Like, come on, mate. I know that you are smart enough to recognise what you're doing, which makes the whole thing worse. Knowing that you are clearly intelligent enough to see what you're doing and seeing you completely overlook what you're doing at the same time pains me to my core, my friend. So, Dr. Jordan Peterson, if you're listening... Imagine one day, somehow, like somewhere, he actually hears this. Yeah. Imagine. I don't know what this is. Maybe I should get rid of that from my liked playlist. And unpause deflect. Damn. I thought it was coming quicker than it did. Oops. I'm actually getting a headache a little bit from all the excitement that's building up now. From finding ourselves again. I got to remember that I'm actually still ill and still need to take it easy for a bit. But at the very least, I'm going to put my energy into streaming and doing this because it's funny, isn't it? Like, when I used to, quotes, work for money, if I had the slightest bit of illness, I would take it as an opportunity to take the day off work. Whereas now, if I get ill, I am going to do everything in my power to keep, quotes, working at the bare minimum, and I'll take time off hobbies and exercise and all the rest of it before I take time off work. That's when you know your work is meaningful, right? That's another good indicator. If you're ill and you still are determined to at least put in a good shift of work, and you take time off everything else, that's when you know your work is in a good place. And you might say, oh, it's easy for you, you're just sat here playing a game, but I'm not, dude. If you listen, and if you watch, the gaming is absolutely secondary. It is only just there for something to look at the moment because, for the most part, I'm just sat here reeling off a monologue. And as and when more people do come in here and we start having more active conversation, see what happens to the gaming. It stops. It completely stops. And then we just enjoy a nice view of the mountains. Shout out Sekiro Graphics for providing backdrops to important, meaningful conversation that helps move the world forward and make it a better place for everybody. And if you want to check whether I am here just to play games and make money from it, compare my stream with Dinos and Giles. Shout out Nico, all the best to you, buddy. I'm so sorry to see that money has corrupted you as well. It's a very sad thing to see. But it's your responsibility, sir, to recognise that while you still have the chance. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. But I would love to be wrong. I would absolutely love to be proven wrong. Have you ever tried singing, Dermun? Speaking of creativity. Or anything musical? Okay. Maybe we've lost him to meetings. The monetary system strikes again. I think it's good to call it the monetary system and not capitalism as well. Because the corruption of a monetary system definitely extends beyond capitalism, because it's ever present in socialism and any system, you know? So we should rightly identify it as such. And not get confused with particular political ways of organising a monetary system that vary, but still are equally susceptible to its corrupting influence. Kick. Okay. Okay. There it is. I'm sure that reticle was green, but yeah, okay. He didn't want to grapple. And now we're dead. It was green, I was pulling trigger. GG game. You win this one, I suppose. Maybe Dermun's found a way to unleash some creativity and he's off doing it. That'd be nice. Unleash it, baby. Let it fly.
その
そうさ、何手に入れ、勝ち殺すんお前さん、
Right, let's see. Do we get the grapple point this time?
Yep.
not the jump afterwards. Ew. Oh, he's there already. That's how late I am. Whoa. Tired already. Too much good conversation this morning. No, what am I saying? Too much? Don't be stupid. A wonderfully healthy amount of good conversation this morning, which I'm very grateful for. And it's clearly tired me out. In a good way. Oh, we're still fighting? There it is. One day you might even hear me singing this on stream. And if we do somehow manage to change the world and make it a better place, I vow to have an entire stream dedicated to singing. As long as I don't have a cold. Or hell, maybe even my stream will just turn into a singing stream after that, because we won't need to talk about making the world a better place again, because we've already done it. Imagine. Imagine. And we're apparently on a run now. Who'd have thunk? Well, I still don't really count it a run until after Junichiro, but... And yes, I can hit the high notes. And I still don't know how. But if you just try singing, you might surprise yourself, because I know I surprise myself. Whether I hit them with grace is another question, but I can definitely hit them. Can actually go higher. That was a nice bolt. Clean. Kind of clean. Could have been cleaner. Good enough. Now we get to pop some billions for the old lady. Somehow it's the first time of the day. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There it is. No one saw the wall hug. I didn't wall hug. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I wall hug when I was picking up an item? You tell me. Alright, Genie, time to ruin the run. That was clutch, not gonna lie. Keck. Fuck it, let's just continue. You little shit. I had to say that it was clutch, because then the same thing happened again and I messed it up. Whatever. I have a wall. Can't backstep into that. It's just a day for Genie hits. It happens. And apparently at the moment it happens all the time. What can I say? We'll take the hit.
しな
あなたがなさったのですね。
お主
争うつもりはありません。巫女の忍びよ。源一郎殿、もしや落ち水を。
おむか
おわす
はい
とたす人はお
できます
ふしおこのあ
この
して一心様。
みこ落ちるしなそうしみこ様の正義不思議
Another way you can just sprint off the edge there and you don't actually fall. Or at least it hasn't happened yet. What have we got? Let's just switch to this for a bit. For the end. Good old FM attack. I can't see anything. I need to draw my curtains. The sunlight. There it is. There's no way you aim that way when I aimed at the window, not even the window, the big gap. I mean, whatever, dude. How about that? That's what I thought. Thanks, dude. If only it was a run. No, we are not. Genie got us. Again, it's been a morning of Genie hits. But I thought I would just continue. As we're sort of approaching the end, I guess, of the stream. Yeah, sad, but also not sad. It means I don't have to worry about what content is on the screen while we're having our meaningful conversations, right? Not for a while longer, at least. it's all good. How are you getting on? Did you have to go to meetings? Did they foster creativity? If so. Gotcha. 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 And missed you. Yeah, that was bound to happen. Hello, Kuro from the future and the past. One sec. Oh. Oops. Nope, I didn't do anything. this way. It's all going swimmingly. Okay, that's the second time I've pulled the left trigger and it hasn't worked this morning. So it's a good job we're not on a run, I guess. I'm gonna jinx it, Dermun. I still have never been hit. Oh my goodness. And I don't mean that, I mean I still haven't been shot out of the air here. Although now it's all messed up that even if I do, it wouldn't count. And we're good. Alright, at least we're not failing on that today, so that's something. Okay. Apparently left trigger doesn't work for grappling anymore. No matter where I am in the game. Good to know. Which of course isn't true because I've grappled around 5 times since I said that, but you know what I mean. Just Making excuses, I suppose. I honestly don't know what was going on with it earlier then. And we're failing at that jump today, okay. Sure. Well, everything else is going wrong, so why not, I suppose. Does that count as a hit if I don't get poisoned? I'm not actually sure. I guess it does. Even though I don't take damage or get poisoned. How's the music now, Dermun? Is it still too loud? It is quite loud for me currently, but I did turn it down a bit on OBS. If you're there. That's one thing I can't check on the VOD. he's probably unleashing his creativity in meetings again. Unleash it, baby. Let it fly. Alright, let's try to one-shot the A1 and get out of here. I can get some breakfast before the engineer comes. That'd be nice. Interesting. I was just checking the preview window and it looks a bit... Maybe it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. Just because the last time we were on 8 was when we had stutter, and I just wanted to make sure it didn't happen this time on 8. I mean, it could just be bad luck that it happens twice on 8, but... Yeah, I mean, it's never been where I am in the game, it's always just been OBS just being shit when it wants to be shit. Nothing to do with the game. Or like, certain areas of the game, I mean. Just wanted to make sure. Rebuff. Oh, we can do it now. Yeah, we're all smooth on the preview list. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. Can we just... There it is. Evil centipede gets wrecked. Yeah. Case in point, it's nothing to do with where I am in the game, it's just... OBS doing its own thing. Okay, so it was gonna work there again. Maybe I'm just not squeezing the left trigger enough this morning. I have been weakened by my illness. And I need to squeeze harder. Perhaps. Okay, there we go. First time, please. I am hungry.
Shoot.
再び修羅を
Okay. The pedals are fighting up against the wall. There it is. Didn't get hit though. And I fluffed that up. Yeah. Didn't get hit, but didn't jump forward there. Which was weird because I was holding forward down. Yeah. Okay. That'll do. Good enough. If I jumped forward into the mortal draw, he would be dead. I'm not going to do it again. Good enough. Clean phase 1 with the new strat. Very clean. Love the new strat. It's sick. It's really good. We will keep that rolling. Alright, Dermun, if you can hear me. Great conversation again this morning. Lovely to see you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your creative day and meetings, etc. Best wishes for the rest of your, what are we on, Wednesday? And I'll be back tomorrow. Assuming everything goes well with the smart meter installation and I still have electricity. We shall see. So yes, in the meantime, take care. Choose love, not fear. And I'll be back tomorrow. Ciao for now.